And welcome to the 2023 U.S. Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships. We're picking up our first event, the Men's Youth Novice Quad. A little bit of a later start, but so far the crews are just crossing the 500-meter mark. In lane 1 is Ridgewood, lane 2, Upper Marion High School, lane 3, ACRA, lane 4, Nereus, and lane 6 looks to be White Marsh. And getting an update from the officials launch, it looks like lane 3 ACRA did not start, lane 7 Malvern did not start, and lane 5 South Jersey was a scratch. So we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4-boat race, a 4-boat race for this heat of the Men's Youth Novice Quad. And in so far, we have what looks to be Upper Marion High School and Ridgewood getting into a little tussle out in lanes 1 and 2, with lane 4 Nereid trailing just a little bit. And so lanes 1 and lane 4 seem to be neck and neck here. A little bit of steering issue for lane 1. These are blind boats, so they do not have a coxswain. The rower in the bow or the stern is steering the boat, and they're novice events. So this is the first time at the regional championship for these athletes in these boats. And it seems to be lane 4 Nereid has inched out ahead over lane 1 Ridgewood, Upper Marion, trailing closely with White Marsh. Again, your leader through the 1,000-meter mark looks to be clearly Nereid Boat Club out of New Jersey, and Ridgewood out of New Jersey as well in lane 1 and 2nd, with Upper Marion High School in lane 2. It looks to see as if Ridgewood's having some steering issues, maybe coming close to Upper Marion's lane, but the bow person's starting to straighten that out. And again, it is still Nereid, your leader, through the 1,000 with 750 meters to go. Conditions today are a pretty good cross tailwind, which is going to make for some faster times, make a little bit lighter on the athletes, but a little bit looser on the rating too. So you might see the stroke ratings go up a little bit as the athletes are getting that push from the wind at their sterns, pushing the boat forward a little bit. And as the crews approach the gazebo, your leader still appears to be Nereid in lane 4. White Marsh, actually, in lane 6, seems to have caught a little bit of a strider here in the middle of the race and has pushed through Upper Marion and now are moving quickly on Ridgewood in lane 1. But Nereid Boat Club has a commanding lead and will keep that commanding lead going into the last 500 meters. You can see the synchronicity of this Nereid crew rowing well together, blades going in and out of the water together, getting a nice push in the tailwind. And the race for second place seems to be one that's brewing here. White Marsh looks over to their right as Ridgewood looks over to their left, both on opposite sides of the course. And it looks as if White Marsh is taking a nose ahead of Ridgewood going into the last 500 meters, with Upper Marion following behind. And into the last 500 meters, near your leader, Nereid Boat Club, as they're now just striding out, holding this commanding lead into the last quarter of the race. White Marsh has moved into second, And Ridgewood is going to try to make an attempt to get through them into this last 500, but I don't know if they will have enough room to do that, as White Marsh has really poured on a strong second half to follow Nereid, who's dominated this race from the beginning. And your finishers will be first place, Nereid Boat Club, second place, White Marsh Boat Club. We get a shot of Nereid as they're approaching the line here. And Nereid crossing the finish line now, followed by White Marsh Boat Club crossing the line now. And really put on a strong last 500 meters for those two crews, as pushed a little bit further away from Ridgewood, who are crossing the line in just about 2 strokes now. And the 4th place boat in this heat for the men's youth novice quad will be Upper Marion High School. And they are crossing now. So your top 3 boats that move on to the final out of this event would be Nereid with a time of 7:04, White Marsh with a time of 7:13, Ridgewood with a time of 7:39, and following them up is Upper Marion with a time of 8:08. And the second heat of the men's youth novice quad has already begun, and they're through the 500-meter mark. Lane 1 will be the second entry from Nereid B. Lane 2 is a scratch from Shipley, and lane 3 is Conestoga, while in lane 4 is Ridgewood, and lane 5 is St. Joseph High School of New Jersey, lane 6 Williamsburg, and lane 7 Malvern Prep. And so far it looks as if the entry from Ridgewood maybe in a little bit of a lead, but Nereid in lane 1. So look, your leader lanes 1, 3, and 4 seem to be pretty tight here for the lead. Lane 3 looks to be making a charge in this second 500 meters and have actually pushed ahead of lane 4. And from this angle, it's very tight between lane 1 and lane 3. Not quite able to see the leader there. But that would be Conestoga and Nereid seem to be in a tussle match here to see who's going to lead to the 1,000-meter mark, which is the first half of the race. And it looks to be Conestoga making the strong push. Conestoga making a strong push here on Nereid, but Nereid holding the lead, but not to be taken lightly is the entry from Ridgewood, as they are bow ball on 2 seat of Conestoga. Conestoga's bow ball is on 3 seat of Ridgewood as the crews motor through the 1250, so 750 meters to go. And it seems as if that's a key point for the entry in lane 1 from Nereid, as they've taken a stride here and pushed out to a seat or 2 up on Conestoga. Conestoga still holding about the same margin with Ridgewood. Ridgewood and Conestoga within a seat, with Nereid about a length up on them. And trailing Ridgewood is St. Joe's High School from New Jersey and Williamsburg in lane 6. But the action of this piece so far seems to be really happening on the far side of the course from your finish line tower, the near side to the Finn Casperson Boathouse. And that would be Nereid again in lane 1, as same as their counterparts did in the previous heat. Nereid pushing up ahead to a smidge of open water on Conestoga, just the littlest bit of a smidge, while Conestoga has taken an extra seat from Ridgewood. Meanwhile, the crews from St. Joe's High School and Williamsburg are still trailing. I don't know if they're going to quite be able to push into this, but Nereid is continuing to lengthen out and push further ahead. So Nereid has now extended their lead to maybe 2 seats open water on Conestoga. As the crews have passed the gazebo, the iconic gazebo here on Lake Mercer, the athletes see that. They know they're well into the second half of the race. They know they have approximately 2 minutes to go, if that, maybe a minute and a half, the last 500 meters. And you will see some margins start to show even more in the last 500 meters as the fatigue and tiredness hits these young athletes and starts to really separate out those who've been training a little bit more than others. And that's the difficulty of a 2,000-meter race. That extra 500 meters really has you doing some soul searching to the last half of this race. So, and Nereid's doing a lot of soul searching, and they've found their souls because they're still pushing further ahead of Conestoga, and Conestoga has now inched ahead of Ridgewood to where they're 1 length up. So we have Nereid, 2 seats open water on Conestoga. Conestoga making a strong charge, eating back into Nereid and pushing out away from Ridgewood. Conestoga clearly clearing Ridgewood now by open water and just nipping at the heels of Nereid, who doesn't look like they've slowed down. It looks, if anything, Conestoga has made a strong here. And to the line, it's going to be Nereid, followed by Conestoga, and then closely at their heels will be Ridgewood. And following Ridgewood, St. Joe's High School from New Jersey. And then trailing St. Joe's High School will be Williamsburg. So your top 3 finishers for the second heat of the Men's Youth Novice Quad is Nereid B, Conestoga, Ridgewood, followed by St. Joseph's High School, New Jersey, and Williamsburg. The 2 Nereid entries posted times that were in 4 seconds of each other in the 2 heats, so that should make for an interesting final. Meanwhile, Conestoga had the 3rd fastest time with 7:11 versus White Marsh's 7:13, and then Ridgewood with a 7:14, then 2 entries from Ridgewood being in the final as well. So that final will be pretty interesting for later or for tomorrow. Next event here at the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Rowing Championships will be the Women's Youth Novice 4 width. That 4 plus that you see in your entry packets, that means that there is a coxswain in the boat. And what that coxswain does is steer and make calls for the rowers and give them feedback to how the race is going. It's a sweep event versus a sculling event. Each rower in the sweep event has 1 oar. In the sculling events, they have 2. In lane 2 for this heat of the Women's Novice 4 width is Rumson Fairhaven High School. Lane 3, the Hill School. Lane 4, Villa Joseph Marie. Lane 5, the Petty School. And lane 6, Walter Johnson High School. And the crews are already off through the 500-meter mark, it appears already. And so far, it's too tight to tell with who the leaders are. The wind has died down just a little bit, coming more from a cross tail now. Rumson Fairhaven hailing from the New Jersey shore right around Red Bank, Petty School on their own home water here in Princeton, New Jersey. And as our drone shot takes over, it looks like our leader seems to be out from lane 6 and Walter Johnson. Walter Johnson taking charge right from the get-go and look to have a one-length lead over Petty, who are leading over Villa Joseph Marie. And then your fourth place runner seems to be Rumson Fairhaven out in lane 2, with the Hill School trailing a bit behind Rumson Fairhaven. Walter Johnson in the lane closest to the fan base at the Mercer County Park on the gazebo side. And Petty School just to their left, just to their right. And it would appear to be lane 4 making a charge on Walter Johnson in lane 6. Lane 4, Villa Joseph Marie pushing here. And Rumson Fairhaven has found themselves a good rhythm and put themselves back into the conversation of qualifying for the final of this event. Top 3 finishers in this heat will make it to the final. And from our overhead drone shot, you can see the clear leader here, Walter Johnson High School. About a length of open water up on the Petty School. Petty with a little bit more than 3/4 a length on Villa Joseph Marie, and Villa Joseph Marie with a length on Rumson Fairhaven. The Hill School just a little bit further behind Rumson Fairhaven in lane 2. Oh, excuse me, lane 3. Walter Johnson High School, hailing from Washington, D.C., making the trip up to New Jersey for this Mid-Atlantic Regional Championship. And these 4 athletes in their coxswain really pushing the puddles back strongly, opening up some definitive spacing between each set of puddles, showing their speed at a little bit lower rating. But it really doesn't matter what your rating is when you're leading the pack. But it does give them some room to bump up if they need to, if there is a challenge that comes from the Petty School. Through the 1250, leader still remains Walter Johnson High School. And a little bit of a push from Villa Joseph Marie as they're pushing on the Petty School, but Petty responds and takes a little move back and has pushed out their lead on Villa Joseph Marie to a little bit of open water now. Just a clear bit of open water from Petty to Villa Joseph Marie, and Walter Johnson has clear open water on Petty. Rumson Fairhaven out in lane 2 is trying to get back into this on making that last final spot by finishing 3rd place. The top 3 in this event move on to the final tomorrow. And as you can see from the finish line tower, for those of you fans that are standing on the shoreline, the beach right at the finish line, the crews will be coming to you in a moment. And your leader nearest to you is Walter Johnson High School. Rowing in a Vespoli all black boat. Pushing it out here, and they come into the final few strokes of the race. And there are your winners. Walter Johnson High School, winner of Heat 1 of the Women's 4 with Novice event. Second place, the Petty School, again on their home waters. And it looks as if Villa Joseph Marie have kept their margin and they are across the line in third. So those will be your 3 finalists out of this heat, with Rumson Fairhaven coming in behind Villa Joseph Marie and making a strong push for the line, physically emptying the tanks. Is a Hill School, and they are across now. Event number 42 at today's regatta will be the second heat of the Women's Youth Novice 4. Lane 1, Annapolis Junior Rowing, the B entry from Annapolis Junior. Lane 2, Roland Park. Lane 3, TBC Racing, which stands for Thompson's Boat Club. They are out of Washington, D.C., Thompson's Boat Center. Lane 4, Hometown Heroes of PNRA Mercer. This is their home water. Lane 5 is the first entry from Annapolis Juniors. And Lane 6 from Delaware is the Wilmington Youth Rowing Association. That first heat, Walter Johnson was your first place finisher. Petty School was your second place finisher, and Villa Joseph Marie was your third. As we await the start for the second heat of the Women's Youth Novice 4 with. So as we're awaiting to start for the Women's Youth Novice 4, that start time is actually 12:50. It's actually 6 minutes ago, so might be a little bit of wind pushing the entries around as we see some crews crossing the line. Usually when that happens, there might have been a mishap on the start. There could have been a breakage of some sort when the crews are that far down the course and on already. They may just skip to the next event and come back to this one. We'll wait and see what the officials decide to do. But that appears to be, from our drone shot, the Women's Youth Novice 4 with heat number 2 pulling off of the regatta course. The boats have approximately 125 meters of breakage from the start of the race until they pass that 125 meter mark, which you can tell by the different color buoys. Once they're past that mark, it's on like Donkey Kong, and the no holds barred race to the finish. Forbid anybody crossing into somebody else's water or interfering with that crew. That would be something that they would stop the racing for. But as per any sort of breakage, any sort of issue that might happen with the boat, they have that first 125 meters to stop, put their hand up, and ask for a restart, which looks like it may have happened in that previous event, the Women's Youth Novice 4. And based on what I'm seeing here through our amazing drone coverage, is the Men's Youth Novice 4 with Heat 1 being pulled into the starting platforms. And in this event, we have Holy Ghost Prep. There's 2 entries. The B entry will be in lane 2, and lane 3 will be Radnor. Lane 4 will be St. Joseph's Preparatory School out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Lane 5, Walter Johnson, and lane 6, Holy Ghost Prep C. So it would appear that there are 3 Holy Ghost Prep event entries in this event, and 2 of them have set their tone in the time trial to be into the first heat together. That would be lane 2 and lane 6. Again, Radner in lane 3, St. Joe's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in lane 4, and Walter Johnson High School from Washington, D.C. in lane 5. Right now, the coxswains, all these boats, approximately 15 years ago, the coxswain's seat was moved to the bow of the boat. That's for weight distribution for the boat to get a little bit of a better plane. It also lets the coxswain see a little bit more what's going on. But in this particular situation, where they're backing their boats into the starting platform, that coxswain has to really reach out and crane his or her neck around to see the stake boat person and back the boat onto the stake boat. And it would appear that we have all boats locked on. This is the start of your men's youth novice 4 heat 1. Right now, there is an official on shore that aligns the boats, make sure their bow balls are all perfectly synced, and they make adjustments at the starting platform. The starter, who's behind the platform, polls the crews, check to see if they're ready. Each crew responds with a yes when they are, and then the start, attention, go happens. So we're at the start of the men's youth novice 4 heat 1. And right out of the blocks, your entry from from Ragnar jumps out at the start. St. Joe's Prep right with him. Uh, St. Joe's Prep and Radner clearly in the lead with Walter Johnson High School in lane 5. Maybe has seemed to slip behind a little bit. So, St. Joseph's Preparatory School out of Philadelphia, who like to refer to themselves as the Prep, are now running in third place with what looks to be Radner in lane 3, getting their nose ahead. Their bow ball, their coxswain looks over to his left, calls bow ball on the Holy Ghost Prep B entry, and calls a little bit more than bow ball on St. Joe's Prep, while Walter Johnson is taking advantage of this flat water here in the second 500 and pushing up to Radner. So Walter Johnson High School now making a push on Radner, who have been the clear leaders of this piece since the start, as the crews are closing in on the 500-meter mark. And Radner and Walter Johnson seem to have gotten into a little bit of a battle here, where now Walter Johnson through the 500 has their nose just right there next to Radner. Radner still has the littlest bit of a lead, but Radner and Walter Johnson battling for first and second, while the entry from Holy Ghost Prep, the B entry out in lane 2, has their bow ball on the stroke seat of Radner. St. Joe's Prep wasn't quite able to keep up with the rhythm and the speed of these boats, and they've slipped behind a little bit of Holy Ghost Prep. So you're very close much leaders are Radner and Walter Johnson, with third place going to Holy Ghost Prep B, and fourth St. Joe's Prep, and fifth Holy Ghost Prep C. And both these two crews from Radner and Walter Johnson seem to be striking very close to the same rate. Radner a little bit higher, just half. And there it is. It looks like Walter Johnson has gotten their bow ahead of Radner. So Walter Johnson now with their bow ball ahead of Radner, leading this second piece, or excuse me, this first heat of the men's youth novice 4. And Walter Johnson is just keep going. They got their bow ahead, and they want more as they're pushing even further ahead of Radner. Radner's going to try to come up with the 15 here to match the burst of speed from Walter Johnson. Let's see if they can muster something up as we're coming up to 750 meters down. Your leader has gone from Radner to Walter Johnson. And the wind has really calmed a bit, so conditions are perfect here on Mercer Lake. And through this second 500 meters is where you start to see the crews find their base rhythm and where we're going to see who's able to hold on to that rhythm a little bit better and who's not. Everybody's very anxious in that first 500 meters and goes high and hard, shoots off the line, and basically races to that 500-meter mark. And yes, just as I thought it might happen, Radner has pushed back into Walter Johnson. Walter Johnson took a very strong move, but Radner now has worked their bow ball up to Walter Johnson's bow coxswain, the coxswain that sits to the bow of the bow person. So I would say give it half a boat length now to Walter Johnson over top of Radner, and Radner has pushed out on Holy Ghost Prep B. So the battle here is between first and second, Radner and Walter Johnson. It's as if Walter Johnson sees Radner beginning to push and then takes a move and pushes out of 2 seats, and then Radner steadily inches back, and then Walter Johnson takes another move. A little bit of a cat and mouse game as the crews appear to be through the 1,000 and into the third 500 meters. And Walter Johnson, it's almost as if they can smell the finish line. They're starting to really push a little bit further here. And now they've gotten themselves 1 length up on Radner, Walter Johnson out of Washington, D.C., 1 length up out of on Radner. And Holy Ghost Prep B is starting to push back into Radner as well. Walter Johnson looks to their right, and they can get a very good view of all the crews. When you're in that position of leading the race, you know, the rowers do coaches, and it's their bane of existence, rowers looking out of the boat and not following the guys in their crew, but they can see peripherally where they are versus the other boats and definitely serves as extra motivation for them. And this is your leader, Walter Johnson High School. And as the camera begins to pan back, for those of you watching at home, you'll see the margin that they have on what was Radner, and there they are, still overlap. Radner's right there, not going away. And anything could happen in this last 500 meters as you see Radner starting to push again. Walter Johnson and Radner in this first heat of the Men's Youth Novice 4 width. Top 3 finishers move on to the final. And unless something happens where a kraken opens up out of the water and eats these crews, I don't think they're going to finish anywhere else but first and second. It would seem as if Radner had pushed and Walter Johnson is responding to them, and Walter Johnson is now taking their rating up and getting into their sprinting sequence in their green and white singlets. A very classical racing jersey for Walter Johnson. And here they are coming into the last 250. For those of you on the shore, you can see the crews. And Radner has pushed again. Radner has pushed up. Walter Johnson is going to need to take one of those patented moves that they've made all down the course. And there it is. Walter Johnson pushes a little bit further ahead. And that is your winner of the Men's Youth Novice 4, Heat 1, Walter Johnson, followed by Radner High School. And in third place, Holy Ghost Prep B. Those are your 3 crews that'll be moving on to the final. And following behind them, the 4th place finisher looks to be St. Joe's Prep, who are entering into their final sprinting sequence now to finish the piece up strong. And behind them, wrapping up our fifth place here of this first heat, is the third entry in this event from Holy Ghost Prep, Holy Ghost Prep C. And so that was your first heat of the Men's Youth Novice 4. The second heat of the Women's Youth Novice 4 had to be pulled off the race course, and we'll see who the officials started on this next one. We're going to try to get our drone up there to the top and take a good look. Whichever race it is, there is a clear leader here in the middle of the course. Looks to be lane 4, having a very dominant lead of this second heat of either the Women's Youth Novice 4 or the Men's Youth Novice 4. We'll find out momentarily as we get a zoomed in picture. It would appear to be not quite sure yet. Very difficult to tell from 100 feet in the air, but we'll get that cleared up very quickly. This looks to be the yeah, this would be the Women's Youth Novice 4, as I can tell the colors of Annapolis in lane 1 with their light blue and yellow oars, and that looks to be PNRA Mercer in lane 4, hometown heroes here on their own body of water, dominating this second heat with a huge lead on second place, which could be BC Racing, Thompson's Boat Center out of Washington, D.C., and a second entry from Annapolis Juniors in lane 5, followed by Wilmington Youth in lane 6. And again, your leaders are PNRA, Princeton National Rowing Association, Mercer, in this second heat of the Women's Youth Novice 4, followed by Thompson's Boat Center, TBC Racing. And it looks as if Thompson's has taken something may have happened with the Thompson's boat. They're taking a very imaginative course. Looks like they may have had some problem with their fin as their crew went way to the outside and into the other lane of racing without interfering with anybody. But they look as if something is happening. Something. Oh boy. Oh boy. They are. Oh boy. They are in the woods. They look to have maybe bumped into the shoreline, the far shoreline, which usually is some sort of breakage. Those athletes will push their boat off and get right back into the race. Nobody's hurt. Everybody's fine. And your eventual winner, though, there was Thompson's boat. Excuse me, Mercer Juniors, and it looks like second place is going to go to Annapolis Juniors, as TBC was leading or holding the second place position and seemed to have some sort of breakage in their boat, and the coxswain wasn't able to control the show, and it went straight to the shore. Again, everybody's fine. There's nobody gets injured in that sort of case. The oars hold the boat off from any sort of rocks or anything along those lines, so everybody's cool. But the second place is Annapolis Juniors. Third place is Annapolis Juniors B, and that will be your three entries going to the final. Fourth place is Wilmington Youth, and then fifth seems to be coming in with Roland Park. And it's something that you hate to see, but it is something that happens in the sport. Equipment does break, but Thompson's crosses the line here, I'm sure. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. And so now we're into the piece for the second heat of the men's youth novice 4, lane 1 Radnor, lane 2 Holy Ghost Prep, lane 3 Blair Academy, lane 4 the Hill School, lane 5 Wilmington Youth, and lane 6 Row, New Jersey. And through the 1,000-meter mark, it looks like as if you have the Hill School and, oh, pardon me, Wilmington Youth in second and Blair Academy in first. Blair Academy leading here by 1 length over Wilmington Youth Rowing Association. Blair Academy in New Jersey, while obviously Wilmington Youth out of Wilmington, Delaware. Blair now pushing their lead a little bit further up to where they have a little around Wilmington Youth. And there's definitely 2 races going on here, one between first and second, and a second race between fourth, fifth, and sixth, third, fourth, and fifth to see who's going to be in that third place spot and get the last position in the grand final for tomorrow. And Blair have begun to stride out here in the third 500 and have now taken open water on Wilmington Youth. And once the athletes are able to see, like I said earlier, once they see that gazebo, they're able to really smell the line and start to shift it up a gear to finish the piece off strong. And the Blair Academy appears to be doing just that. Rowing in their blue Vespoli M2 hull. Meanwhile, Wilmington Youth and also in their Vespoli E hull, a little bit of a newer design from the boat manufacturer Vespoli. And Blair Academy approaching the line, and they get there. So Blair Academy is your first place finisher. Wilmington Youth is your second place finisher. And that third place, the third spot is up for contention between, looks to be here, Holy Ghost Prep, Radnor, and the Hill School. And it would seem as if Holy Ghost Prep has taken the better of that discussion, and they are finishing third now here in the men's youth 4 width. Next event on the race program is the third heat of the Men's Youth Novice 4. And that race is already on the course as they're through 750 meters. In lane 1 is Radnor. In lane 2, Annapolis Juniors. In lane 3, Annapolis Juniors, 2 entries from Annapolis Junior Rowing. In lane 4 is Capital Boat Club from Washington, D.C. Lane 5 is St. Joseph's Preparatorial School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And lane 6 is Wilmington Youth Rowing. And through the 750 meter mark, just catching up to the 1,000 or through the 1,000, it looks like it's going to be Annapolis Juniors in the lead. But the entry from Wilmington Youth is pushing firm on them and trying to get their bow ahead. The top 2 finishers in each of these heats make it into tomorrow's final. And it is bow ball to bow ball between Annapolis Juniors and Wilmington Youth. Wilmington Youth striking a little bit of a higher rate. Annapolis, maybe 1 or 2 beats lower than them on the stroke rating. Right next to Wilmington Youth is St. Joe's Prep B, with a little bit of overlap on the Wilmington Youth entry. But it's Annapolis Juniors still in the lead. It is the A entry from Annapolis Juniors. Their B entry right now is running 4th. As on our sky drone, we get a close-up shot of the Wilmington Youth. And Annapolis is still holding them off. Wilmington pouring everything but the kitchen sink at it as the crews are into the last 750 meters. Annapolis starting to find a good stride here as they seem as if they have a plan here to raise the rating in the last 500. As most crews do, they try to lift the rate 1 or 2 beats and make an aggressive push for the finish line, the last quarter of the race. St. Joe's Prep not going away. Neither is the Radnor entry out in lane 1. But Annapolis Juniors clearly with the lead. Its last 500 meters has been very eventful for them. They've found a good length. And they've inched out another 2 seats on the Wilmington Youth entry. Coming in front of the finish line beach. And actually, Annapolis Junior B entry has also begun to push. And so your winner of that event was the Annapolis Junior Rowing Club with the 730. Second place, Wilmington Youth, 731. Third place, Annapolis Junior B, 734. Just inching in before St. Joe's Prep B in 734.9, so 7/10 of a second, followed by Capital with 802 and Radnor with an 839. Our next event will be switching from sweep to sculling. It is now the women's second varsity double. Each one of these athletes has 2 oars, so there are 4 oars total, but this is also a blind boat, one of which that does not have a coxswain. In lane 2 will be an entry from Ridgewood, lane 3, Agnes Irwin, lane 4, Accra, lane 5, Germantown Friends, and lane 6, Bergen County. And as we pick this race up with 3 minutes and 30 seconds down, it would appear that lane 2 has a pretty big lead with Ridgewood. Once I'm able to get a better angle on the finish, or excuse me, on the entries, I'll be able to give you an updated of placements here. So in this second varsity double of the women here, we have a clear leader, which looks to, forgive me if I'm wrong, it looks to be Ridgewood, who should be in lane 2, but they seem to have a lane 1 bow marker on their bow. So I'm hoping I'm not calling this wrong and don't want to insult any parents or family and friends or athletes in particular. So, but they're definitely winning by a lot. They're doing a very well pushed job here of sending their boat out. In second place looks to be Germantown Friends out in lane 5. So not much of a difference here between the rowing in lane 2 and lane 5. Both boats are really finishing well with nice strong finishes and putting their bodies in the same place at the same time, which is what you want to see while you're watching rowing. And you know that there seems to be an utmost beauty of the sport as you're watching it, it looks so easy, but these athletes feel as if they were running up a flight of stairs for 10 minutes with a book bag loaded as heavy as they could with rocks. That's what they're feeling like right now. So to keep that poise and moving together is a big deal. And these athletes are doing a great job of that. And as the leader here of the women's youth second varsity, which looks to be Ridgewood, crosses the line. Germantown Friends in lane 5 coming across in second place. And still completing the course are the entries from Agnes Irwin, Accra, and Bergen County. As we get a good look at the crew from Bergen County in lane 6. Coming to the line in your third place finish. And Agnes Irwin behind Bergen County. Oops, looks at we had a little bit of a oopsie doodle as the entry from Accra seemed to have caught a lobster and has dunked them into the water. It's not uncommon to happen. This is something that does happen. You can see both rowers laughing and giggling as it's something that, it's all you can do when this happens, but it's a very common thing. Very few rowers go throughout their career without going in the drink once or twice, as we hope those crews are just fine. And the officials have a little bit of a challenge to get that boat up and out of the way as they've started this next race. So hopefully nothing happens that will interfere with that race, but they're all very professional and very efficient at doing this, as I see Mr. John Kowal in one of the launches there as they get the athletes out of the water. We'll go to the race that's coming down the course right now. The second heat of this women's youth second varsity double. Sometimes a few couple athletes have been known to jump out of the boat during a practice for a very hot piece to cool themselves off. So it's, again, a very common practice to go into the drink while you're on the water, enjoy it out there a little bit. But definitely not something you normally want to do in a race. However, you learn from those experiences. As we are into the second heat of the women's youth second varsity double. Lane 2 is the Shipley School. Lane 3, South Jersey. Lane 4, White Marsh. Lane 5, PNRA Mercer. And lane 6, Shipley. And it looks to be lane 5, Mercer, again on their home water, as they showed in the previous event of the women's youth novice 4 with, just really flexing on their own body of water as they've taken the lead here. Open water over lane 4 from White Marsh. And folks, the boats that have 2 athletes in it, they're called blind boats, as they do not have a coxswain that are steering them. So these athletes are steering themselves and pushing them to the absolute limits that they can physically endure. So they do definitely get winded and seeing anything that looks graceful in the sport when they're as winded as they are is a compliment to those athletes, as all the entries in this event seem to be doing right now. But your leader is Mercer, Princeton National Rowing Association, Mercer, going by their boathouse in the background from our amazing drone shot. Lee and Quinones from Mercer in the lead, with Justman and Herlick from White Marsh running second. And in third place are Deegan and McCord from South Jersey. We can also see Richards and Brosfield from Shipley School with their bow ball on the stroke seat of the South Jersey entry. And in the time of describing what's happening in the race, the Mercer entry has decided to really push early for the line, and they're making a dash for it right now. They've opened open water and seem to have raised their rate and pushing things back. Mercer's still in the lead here, as they're heading into the final 250. Those of you on the shoreline, if you are listening to our live broadcast, give them a good cheer. Again, for this second heat of the women's youth second varsity double. Oh, and Mercer being very tactful and avoiding a little bit of debris. Well done to that Mercer crew, being very savvy. Mercer first, with White Marsh second. And here comes South Jersey in the third position, followed by the Shipley School. Shipley having two entries. This is the Shipley School entry in lane 2. As the Acra hull is being removed from the regatta course to make room for the other Shipley entry in their lane to come down and finish. As they've moved over to avoid any adventure. And there is your second entry from Shipley crossing the line now. So your winners of Heat 2 were Princeton National Rowing Association, Mercer Juniors, Lee and Quinones, time of 8:25. Second place was Justman and Herlick from White Marsh, 8:30. Third place, South Jersey, Deegan and McCord, 8:35. Fourth, Richards and Bracefield from Shipley School with an 8:40. And in fifth place was Espenshade and Rabinowitz from Shipley School with a time of 9:39. Our next event is the men's youth second varsity double. And folks, as you're seeing from the finish line tower, this is a very standard procedure to get a boat righted over. There's water in the hole, so it needs to be either pumped out or just using a water bottle. Usually athletes will get rid of the water by bailing it. So, but now the hull is right side up. It's pretty good to get that to go. Much easier to manage than an upside down hull. So here we are in the men's youth 2V. Lane 1, Shipley. Lane 2, Malvern. Lane 3, Williamsburg. Lane 4, White Marsh. Lane 5, Wilmington Youth. And lane 6, a second entry from White Marsh. And your early leader looks to be Malvern Prep in lane 2. Malvern striking a very consistent rate of about 33 and a half. Really milking that rhythm and have pushed themselves out into a definitive first place as they're through 750 meters. Malvern historically having a very strong youth sculling program. The Malvern School in Pennsylvania. And in second place looks to be the Shipley School in lane 1, followed closely by White Marsh in lane 4. And the other White Marsh entry is right there next to their teammates in lane 6. Lane 5 from Wilmington Youth Rowing was a scratch. Malvern through the 1,000-meter mark, still well in the lead. Now Malvern having open water on the Shipley School. Still battling it out side by side in lane 6 and 4 towards the gazebo side of the course. And Shipley School still holding on to that second place. Malvern rowing with their croaker oars, as well as Shipley. Croaker oars are the oars with the pink collars on them. And Malvern now extending their lead to about a boat length of open water. As the crews are into the last 500 meters, the margins are tending to spread out just a little bit, but Malvern still continues to be your leader. And this is the second piece of the day for these athletes. The race they have coming up tomorrow, I can only assume once they get a lead like this, they tend to shift it down a little bit, conserve some energy, as they know the big final will be tomorrow with tomorrow's racing program. And so the winner of your first heat of the men's second varsity youth double is the Malvern School, having pushed a little bit more distance there in the last 250 meters. Second place will be from the Shipley School with a push coming on here from White Marsh, but Shipley finishes second and White Marsh finishing third, with the second entry from White Marsh finishing fourth. And our final entry crossing the line, wrapping up this first heat of the men's youth second varsity double. So that first heat, we'll see the Malvern School, Shipley, and White Marsh moving on to the final tomorrow. And White Marsh B and Williamsburg, unfortunately, not quite getting the piece that they needed to make that grand final. Our next event is the second heat of the men's youth second varsity double. Lane 1, the Shipley School. Lane 2, White Marsh. Lane 3, Germantown Friends. Lane 4, Accra. Lane 5, State College Area Rowing. And Lane 6, the Malvern Preparatory School. They're already started and through the 125-meter breakage zone. And all boats are away, hot, straight, and normal. And we have a boat race. And as the crews cross, just getting up to the 500-meter mark, all boats striking a good rate, setting a strong rhythm. As we're trying to see who's the leader into the first 500. A little bit too close to tell right now. It would appear as if we have Germantown Friends making a strong push in this second heat of the men's youth second varsity double. Hotly contested by White Marsh in lane 2, but Germantown Friends in lane 3 appear to be your early leaders of this men's youth second varsity double event. Germantown Friends in Philadelphia. They're just north of Philadelphia in Germantown. Coinkydink of information. Bradley Cooper, former actor from Guardians of the Galaxy, went to Germantown's Friends School, rowed there, and went on to row at Georgetown University before starting his acting career. And Germantown remains in the lead through the 750. Just about one length up Over top the Shipley School. Shipley School starting to make a little bit of a push here. And you can see if you're looking on the drone footage, you can see the difference in the size of these athletes. Germantown going with what looks to be two offensive linemen, some very large athletes, very strong athletes laying it down. And the Shipley School seems to be a little bit more nimble, cross country esque looking guys, and they're just chopping away right at it. So it's David versus Goliath here a little bit, and Goliath seems to be pulling away a little bit more on the Shipley School, but the Shipley School fighting very hard when you have a crew of smaller size going against a larger one. A lot of times they try to keep their rating up, tapping it along, taking more strokes in, using their aerobic prowess. Whereas a larger crew, and this is the difference between heavyweight and lightweight rowing, they tend to row a little bit lower, tend to throw the strokes a little bit harder. They have more watts that they can produce. And here's Shipley staying right there with Germantown. Germantown not quite able to shake the Shipley School. Shipley still there, coming on quickly, right with their bow ball on the foot stretchers of the Germantown stroke seat. We might have ourselves a bit of a tussle here for this one. A lot of race to go as the crews are just through the 1,000-meter mark. So a little less than halfway down the race course, and the Shipley School is starting to push again. Shipley School with their bow ball now on the stroke seat of Germantown. Germantown looks to their right, Shipley looks to their left. Crews are side by side. They practically can smell each other. They're so close. So this is turning out into a little bit of a wrestling match between Germantown and the Shipley School. Shipley School just not going away. Germantown have been in the lead since the start. Shipley School having a little bit of a lift and a press again. And while these two crews are kind of measuring themselves against each other in the lead, they've begun to push further out on third, fourth, and fifth place. Germantown actually looks over and, as if a planned move here, they're raising the rating together. It's a very common occurrence at that gazebo, as it's very iconic for the athletes to know how much more races to go. And they definitely have, and they're pushing back the Shipley School, now rowing the same rating as Shipley, no longer understroking them. And that's what happens when you get strong people that start to bring the rating up. The boat starts to pick up a lot of times. And if the Shipley School is going to make a move, they need to do it soon, as they're quickly running out of race course with just about 750 meters to go. They've been at this margin for the last 1,000 meters, it would seem. Shipley is now countering on Germantown. Germantown made a strong push at the gazebo. Now that gazebo is passed, and Shipley saying, no, we will not go quietly into the night. We are going to make it loud and be here to party. And the Shipley School has now put their bow ball on the bow deck of Germantown Academy. Woo! A good boat race. Shipley has now raised their rate by 2 beats. Now they are 3 beats higher than Germantown. Germantown realizes it, and they start to bring the rating up. Both crews can see the line. They smell it. It's right there, and we'll see who can get there first, Shipley or Germantown. Germantown or Shipley. Germantown now in the lead. Germantown. Shipley 1 seat back. We'll have to go to the finish line camera. And Germantown has started to push a little bit more. Shipley has approximately 200 meters to make a difference. See if they can do it. See if Germantown can do it. This is very, very close. Very close between these two crews. Germantown with the nose a little bit, and it looks like it's Germantown from my eye without the slow motion. Germantown takes it by half a seat over Shipley School. It would seem that Germantown has that, but the photo finish will tell us the truth. Too close to call from the announcer's booth. And here we come with the third place finisher. Holy Toledo. let's see. Oh my gosh, I went to a state school, so I got to break out the calculator here. Looks to be 2/10 of a second, 3/10 of a second of difference between Germantown and White Marsh. 3/10 of a difference. And here comes the fifth place finisher, which appears to be the Shipley School entry in lane 1. So I'll have to have a apology here. I was calling it as the Shipley School that was in second place throughout the piece. It was actually White Marsh. My apologies to White Marsh and Shipley for misconfusing their names there, but it was White Marsh who was in second place. It got second with 3/10 of a second behind um, Germantown Friends. So your finisher was Germantown Friends, followed by White Marsh, then Malvern in third, and State College Area Rowing in fourth, with the Shipley School in fifth, and ACRA in sixth. And for our next event, after that exciting finish of the men's second varsity double, we are going to go to the women's youth second varsity four width. This is sweep rowing now, and it would appear that the race is out of the blocks. All crews are running hot, straight, and normal as they appear to have crossed the breakage zone, and it's time to play the feud. As we have lane 2 from Wilmington Youth, lane 3 from Marion Mercy Academy, lane 4 from the Blair Academy, lane 5 from the Petty School, and lane 6, PNRA Mercer B, Princeton National Rowing Association, Mercer Juniors. Right now, the crews are just getting out of their starting sequences where they take a couple half strokes, then they get the rating up high for 15 to 20 strokes, and then they shift down 4 beats, and then they'll shift down anywhere from 3 to 4 beats from there to get into their base rhythm. And that whole sequence takes round about 1 minute and 7 seconds. And as we are at the 1 minute mark now, they'll be finding their base speed. So let's see who had the best starting sequence out of the blocks, and it looks to be the Blair Academy from Western New Jersey had the better starting sequence, but Petty is right there with him, coached by famed coach Barb Kirsch. Petty now is half a length down to Blair, but Petty's making a strong push. Petty now finding a little bit of a better base rhythm than most of the other boats in the race, but they've all kind of lengthened out and found the rhythm again. And this is something that the athletes train and practice to get. They have it planned out. What stroke rating will they be at? What focuses will they have? They never quite actually just do a start and hope the rhythm would happen. They've all been taught that hope should never be your strategy. You want to make sure you have a set plan and make sure you have a set idea of what rating and rhythm works best for you. But then there's the execution part of that is, are they going to execute that race plan? And as the Swami says, that's why you play the game or race the race. So we are now here at the 500-meter mark, and Blair Academy continues to hold the lead. Petty is half a link down to them, and it would look to me as if Marion Mercy Academy is actually just a littlest bit down to Petty School. And through the 750, margins are very, very close to the same, with the exception of the Blair Academy has pushed a little bit further out. Their stroke seat is now sitting on the bow balls of Petty as well as Marion Mercy Academy. Marion Mercy and Petty look to be dead even here in second and third place. This is the women's youth second varsity 4 with heat number 1. As there are 3 heats of this event, it would be the top 2 in each heat move on to the final. And Mary and Mercy finding a strider here through the middle of the course through the 1,000 and have started to eat into Blair. Mary and Mercy, their coxswain, really calling on her crew to dig in deeper with their legs, are now 2 seats down to Blair. Blair has a 2-seat lead on Mary and Mercy, who has a 2-seat lead on the Petty School. Blair Academy striking a rating of about 2 beats higher than Mary and Mercy, and Blair really zipping that rating up, tapping it along, and it's proven to be beneficial for them as they're holding the lead. They've gotten another seat back from Mary and Mercy. Mary and Mercy sees that they can make a push on Blair again. With only 2 boats moving on to the final, this is a very tight race for that spot, those 2 spots. And Mary and Mercy and Blair, Petty's got to be careful, because if Mary and Mercy and Blair get into a contest here, they might just push back Petty. Petty's got to get their bow ball back into this conversation, but it appears to be that's happening as both crews are pushing back Petty, as each are raising their game to try to get into the other or further ahead of the other per se. And Mary and Mercy is not going away. Mary and Mercy is right there. Bow ball on 2-seat. Blair has been rowing a little bit of a higher rating. Can these athletes maintain that here going into the final 2 minutes of the piece? Mary and Mercy is putting all their chips in the middle. They're going all in here around the 1,000 as the crews come to the gazebo. Mary and Mercy is polling level. Blair Academy now has 1 seat on Mary and Mercy. 1 seat. Blair has been in the lead the entire piece. Mary and Mercy said, "Up, I think it might be time for us to take the limelight." Maybe so, maybe not. Doesn't look like Petty wants to be pulled out of that spot, though, as they're raising their game again. Both crews showing some exceptional catches. You look for a backsplash happening on the water. That shows that the blade is being put into the water at the optimum position. And you look for that to be happening in unison, kind of like synchronized swimming. That's what makes the boat go fastest, is all those things happening in time. Crews are through the gazebo, just about 750 meters to go. And from this angle, it's difficult to tell, but both boats are within a seat of each other. Always nice to see folks waving at us in the announcer's booth. And back to the race, and Mary and Mercy is still 1 seat down to Blair. Blair has hung tough, almost as if they've dug their nails in, like my cat on a stormy night and doesn't want to let go of my arm. That's what Blair has done. But here comes Mary and Mercy making one final push, almost as if maybe they got a card up their sleeve that they're going to play here. Mary and Mercy, Blair Academy, less than a seat apart. Blair now pushing out a little bit more with the legs. And Blair has responded to hold that 1 seat lead going into the final 150 meters. But here comes Mary and Mercy. Woo! Oh, nope. Blair's going to hang on, and Blair Academy by just 1 seat over Mary and Mercy, with Petty right there behind them. And those would be the two crews going on to the final tomorrow. Will be the Blair Academy and Mary and Mercy Academy. What a great boat race! As we are awaiting the fourth and fifth place finishers, the Petty School in lane six, excuse me, the Mercer in lane six crossing. And congratulations to both those crews. I can't wait to see that final tomorrow, as it's 9/10 of a second separating out Blair and Mary and Mercy. And you can always sort of look at the heat times to compare to compare how fast one heat went to the next to the other, but that's just all, numbers on paper. What really matters is what are the crews going to do side by side when they have the stress of the race, and more times than not it can be a different result than what you're going to see if you just look at the numbers. So that will be an exciting final to see tomorrow. As we move on to the second heat, hopefully it's exciting as exciting as the first one of the women's youth second varsity four with lane one, the Hill School, lane two, State College area rowing, lane three, White Marsh, lane four, Mount St. Joseph, lane five, Roland Park, and lane six, the second entry in this event from the Blair Academy. And crews will be approaching the 500-meter mark now. As we have fans here in New Jersey enjoying a very calm, overcast day here at Lake Mercer. Spectators gathering on the beach. Some folks being as brave as putting their chair in the water to cool their feet. But back to the racing, as in this women's youth second varsity four with, it would appear that White Marsh in lane three has gotten a better start out of it and are leading through the 500-meter mark. White Marsh in lane three are your leaders through 500 meters. And as the crews are into the second 500 meters, it still would appear that White Marsh is your leader with Mount St. Joseph right next to him. And Blair Academy in lane, oh, pardon me, that would be lane two running in third place, with Blair Academy in lane six running in fourth. Lane two being from State College area rowing. But White Marsh clearly taking control of this race in the first half. As they lead through the 1,000-meter mark. It's White Marsh with open water on Mount St. Joe's and State College area rowing. Mount St. Joe's making a push on State College area rowing, taking a seat or two, but White Marsh continuing to extend their lead. As the crews cross underneath the power line and past the gazebo, your leader still remains to be White Marsh, followed by Mount St. Joe's and State College area rowing with Blair Academy closely following behind them. White Marsh showing a strong rhythm here. Mount St. Joe's and Jerry Rowing looks to put their bow ahead of Mount St. Joe's. White Marsh crossing the last 500-meter mark and pressing past the Finn Casperson Rowing Center in the background. Definitely having a very nice row of it. As we get a good aerial shot of White Marsh, getting some nice body prep as they come into the catch, really stretching out. Enjoying every stroke that they're taking as they come towards the finish line tower. And your winner for this second heat of the Women's Youth Second Varsity 4 Width will be White Marsh Rowing. And second place is Mount St. Joe's, followed very closely by State College area rowing. Mount St. Joe's having a strong push in the last 500 meters. Third place, fourth place, Blair Academy. And making their final push for the line here, out in lane 1 is the Hill School. They'll take fifth place of the second heat. as Roland Park crosses a line in sixth place. On to the third heat of the women's youth second varsity four width. And that third heat is already underway. The winner of your second heat was Whitemarsh, followed by Mount St. Joseph, then State College area rowing, Blair B, the Hill School, and Roland Park. TBC Racing with the lead, about one length over Petty School. Petty School with about a half a length over Row, New Jersey, who has a seat or two over PNRA Mercer. Mercer now making a strong push in the second 500. Not quite sure anyone's going to catch TBC out there in the lead. They have an urgency to them that they've taken off with. They kind of look like a paper boy being chased by a big dog. Can't slow down because they might get caught by that dog, but they are definitely finding new definitions of speed as they are really pushing out there in lane two to have a length of open water, maybe more in the lead. Petty still in second place, while Road New Jersey is starting to move with Mercer on Petty. But that TBC boat just seems to be the shine of this heat as they're really caught themselves a nice little row here and are pushing out to a wide margin as the crews are through 1,000 meters and head into the second half of the piece. The second entry from Row New Jersey trying to get their bow overlap on the other boats, but aren't quite there yet. Those of you standing on the launch docks are going to be able to make out these crews shortly. They approach the gazebo, and it will be Thompson's Boat Club as the crew through the mark first. And Petty is starting to really make a shift here, and they're pushing out on. Yep, it's Mercer who is now in third place. Mercer has overtaken Row, New Jersey, so it's Thompson's Boat Center, TBC Racing, followed by the Petty School, and then Mercer, who is in third place over Row, New Jersey. Thompson's Boat Center has really invested in this first half and have made it almost a challenge for anybody to step up to them for the second half. They put so much distance in between them and second place Petty School, but Petty is definitely rising up to it. They're steadily inching along. I don't know if they're going to inch along enough to eat into that lead to take it over, but they are pushing back on Mercer juniors, who are also pushing out on Row, New Jersey. As the crews have entered into the last 500 meters of this third heat of the women's youth second varsity four width. Your leader remains, as it has the whole race, to be Thompson's Boat Center Racing, followed by the and then lane 4, Mercer Junior Rowing, followed by Row, New Jersey in lane 3, then Row, New Jersey in lane 1, and Lawrenceville in lane 5. Crews are nearing the finish line Tower Beach, where a whole plethora of fans are standing, awaiting to cheer on their loved ones. Make sure they can hear you and root them on as they are coming into the last 250 meters of the race. And there you go. There are your winners of this third heat. Thompson's Boat Center Racing out of Washington, D.C. Your second place finishers approaching the line now. The Petty School here in New Jersey. And Mercer Junior Rowing coming to finish third, followed by Row, New Jersey in fourth. Row, New Jersey's B entry finishing fifth, and then Lawrenceville finishing sixth. We're going to move on over to the men's youth second varsity four width first heat. Race is already on the course and approaching 500 meters. In lane 1 of this men's youth four second varsity is St. Joe's Prep. Lane 2 is Petty. Lane 3 is Blair. Lane 4 is St. Joe's Prep. Lane 5 is Holy Ghost Pep. Lane 6 is Mercer B. And lane 7 is Thompson's Boat Center Racing. So 7 entries for this men's second varsity youth four. It would appear that only 2 are going to move on to the final, unless there's a 7-boat final. I haven't quite gotten the verdict on that. And as the camera is better zoomed than my binoculars, it looks like we have your leader in lane 4, which, of course, St. Joe's Preparatory School out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The prep, as they like to be referred to as, are a length up on what looks to be Mercer B. So the prep A boat is a length up on the Mercer B boat. And in third place looks to be right now Holy Ghost Prep. So St. Joe's Prep in first, the A boat in lane 4, Mercer B in lane 6, and then Holy Ghost Prep in lane 5. Prep B, St. Joe's Prep B, is got their bow ball right there on Holy Ghost Prep stern. Right next to them is the Petty School C, Blair Academy. Blair Academy is right there. And the entry from Philadelphia, St. Joe's Prep School, is clearing open water now as they have an open water lead over second place Mercer. Prep continuing to push a little bit more, Mercer pushing a little bit more out on Holy Ghost, and Holy Ghost lengthening their lead over Blair and Prep B. Mercer starting to make a little bit of a push into St. Joe's Prep. As the crews come through the 1,000-meter mark, your clear leader is St. Joe's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, followed in second by Open Water is Mercer Junior Rowing, who have Open Water on third place, Holy Ghost Prep. Mercer rowing in the all-black Vespoli Hall, closest to the gazebo side of the course. St. Joe's Prep rocking a white works. Super Predator, it's referred to as. Boat manufacturers for these hulls that these athletes are using range from Italy to Germany, Canada, and the United States. Usually any boat that you see that looks like a banana, no pun intended, because they usually don't go, they go a lot faster than bananas, but they have that yellow banana tone to them. That's an Impacker hull, and that's a hull that's made in Germany. As we get a little bit more cloud cover coming in over top of us here in Mercer, your leader remains the same, St. Joe's Prep, extending a little bit further on PNRA Mercer, and Holy Ghost Prep seems to be holding that third spot over Prep B. If you're watching our coverage on the YouTube channel, you get a wonderful shot of the drone footage. And Prep crosses the line. Time of 7:05. Here come the hometown heroes of Mercer on their home water. Crossing in a time of 7:17. And then Holy Ghost Prep with the time of 7:25. Fourth place, St. Joe's Prep B, and fifth place, Blair Academy. Just 0.3 of a second separating those two entries. As the second heat of this men's second varsity youth 4 width is already on the water. They are through the 500. And Petty C crosses in seventh place behind Thompson's Boat Center. And here comes more fun. The second heat of the men's second varsity four width, lane one, row, New Jersey B, lane two, Petty School B, lane three, Annapolis Junior Rowing B, lane four, P&RA Mercer, lane five, LaSalle High School first entry we've seen from them today, lane six, P&RA C, and lane seven, The Hill School. And it would appear that your early leader seems to be LaSalle High School. For many years, LaSalle wore the historic, iconic Bumblebee jerseys, as I would refer to them, with blue and white stripes, rocking horizontal. Let's see if they chose to go with that classical look today. LaSalle rose in Philadelphia, one of the storied scholastic programs on the Schuylkill River. And it is LaSalle that is in the lead of this second heat of the men's second varsity youth four and continuing to push. Striking a rating of just about 33 strokes a minute. Very respectable, calm rate. Not too high, not too low. Mercer in second place, a little bit higher on the rating at 35 strokes a minute. And that's just how many strokes you're taking in that 1 minute. A lot of new rowers seem to think the higher you row the rating, the faster your boat goes. And it feels like you're putting out more energy and effort, but that isn't quite necessarily the case. There's an optimum rating that boats will hit somewhere between that 32 and 38. And it all depends on the capability of the crew and what they've found their rhythm to be. And right now, LaSalle looks to be really rocking that 33 very well, as they've extended a large lead over Mercer. And they have chosen to go with the iconic historical uniform of the Bumblebee, as I call it, the blue and yellow horizontal striped tops for LaSalle. All their athletes in this four wearing a white cap, making them all unison in uniform and in rowing. And LaSalle continues to push their lead as they're through the gazebo into the last 500 meters. Mercer in second. You can always tell LaSalle because they like to put their name on the side of their boat, as you see from our shot here. And LaSalle is crossing the finish line now, well clear of the other boats. As my former rowing coach in college used to say, not quite curvature, but it is a lot. So they had a big lead with that win. Mercer coming in second. Whenever we were in a boat that got beat by a lot, my coach would tell us that, boys, that was curvature, meaning that you could see curvature of the other boat. So we always knew we were doing well if it wasn't curvature. And your third place finisher, P&RA Mercer C, followed by the Hill School. And then Petty with Row, New Jersey. followed lastly by Annapolis Junior Rowing. The Petty School just celebrating a Hall of Fame induction from their rowing team of Mr. Corey Lancaster, who was, I believe, class of 1994 from the Petty School, maybe 93, when he stroked their boat to winning the Stotesbury Cup. Congratulations to Mr. Corey Lancaster. And for that second heat of the men's youth second varsity 4, LaSalle wins with a time of 6:54, Mercer second, 7:08, Mercer third, 7:25, the Hill School, 7:27, Petty B, 7:39, Row New Jersey B, 7:43, and Annapolis Junior Rowing in 7th place with a time of 8:07. As we have a little bit of a break in racing, the third heat of the men's youth second varsity 4. One difference that you'll see for those of you who follow scholastic and youth rowing is the Stotesbury Cup Regatta in Philadelphia is run by the Philadelphia Youth Rowing Association. They still have lightweight events, whereas USRowing has gone away from those events. So you'll see some of these athletes compete in lightweight events in the scholastic races, but for the body race, we keep all the races in non-weight categorized classes. And it looks like we have a start. Lane 1, Rumson, Fairhaven, rowing on the Navesink River. Lane 2, Petty A, the Petty School A boat. Lane 3, Annapolis Junior Rowing A, coming all the way up from Annapolis, Maryland. Lane 4, Row New Jersey A. Then Moorestown High School, their A boat. And then Mercer D, as in the 4th ranked entry that they have. And the Hill School B. And from a quick glance off the beginning, it would look like perhaps Row New Jersey in lane 4 has a little bit of a lead here over Annapolis Juniors. Annapolis Juniors rowing on the South River, not the famed Severn River where the Naval Academy rows. They row on a different site away from the academy. And these are always a much more exciting races to watch a lot of times when you have overlap between all 7 boats, which we do here today. Princeton Mercer D clipping at the heels of your race leader, Row New Jersey, and right there with Annapolis Juniors. Run Mercer Juniors are the Hill School B, and on the far outside is the Petty School. Rumson Fairhaven not quite keeping pace, but definitely giving it their best shot out there. However, Row New Jersey has not come to mess around. They are extending their lead over Annapolis Juniors, and they now have 1 full boat length. That's 1 full boat length to Row New Jersey. The Petty School, also their home water here at Mercer. They have a nice little contest here with Mercer D, Petty inching out ahead, but Annapolis is now charging back. Annapolis has made us charge. They've raised their rating, made a slight push. The wind is starting to pick up, giving a nice kick to the tail of these crews as a tailwind. And Row New Jersey responds. Row New Jersey has responded, pushing out to an open water lead on Annapolis. Unlike an automobile, once you make a kick, or if you're a big fan of the Fast and the Furious, if you hit the NOS button in a boat, it has repercussions. It's not that they can keep that speed. A lot of times it'll be a small thing upon the fitness level of the athletes. There may be a huge decrease of speed after that burst. It's tough to tell. You're not able to really see that without a GPS on each of these boats. You can look at the spacing that they have in between the sets of puddles. but that takes some time to look at and see. But just note, when there's a charge, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. At least that's what I read in the school books. So it would seem that that has happened a little bit with Annapolis juniors. They had a push and then slipping back, but now they're bouncing back again. In a perfect world, a lot of rowing coaches would love their crews to stay at the same speed, minimizing their amount of effort. And as long as that speed's fast, it works out better and it gives them somewhere to go in the last 500 meters if they're in a tight race. But that takes a level of exertion in the first 3/4 that not everybody's necessarily comfortable with, nor do they have the fitness to do. So everybody tries their own strategy to get everything they can out of their boats. And right now, that strategy seems to be working best for Row, New Jersey, Coach Rob Welsh's crews. Row, New Jersey had a rebranding a few years ago. It used to be Mountain Lakes Crew, but now Row, New Jersey, and they have had some very good success over the past few years. Continuing to demonstrate that with the lead over Annapolis Juniors. I'm not quite sure who's coaching the Annapolis Junior boat, but he or she seems to be doing one heck of a job as they make this fun get varsity for with Coxon. This is the final heat of the first heat, won with a time of 7 minutes and 5 seconds, about 12 seconds ahead of Mercer B. The second heat was won by LaSalle, beating St. Joe's time with a time of 6:54, and that was 14 seconds faster than Mercer. So we'll see how fast the Row, New Jersey guys can go. As I'm sure when they go to dinner tonight, they're going to be chomping at the bit, comparing times, trying to predict what's going to happen for tomorrow's final. As they enter into the last 250 meters, Row, New Jersey remains in the lead. You can see their Sykes hull. Sykes, a brand of boat made in Shrimp on the Barbie, Australia. Not too many Sykes around here in the States. Very popular down under. And there's Row, New Jersey with a time of 7:09. And Annapolis Juniors following up with them, both making the grand final tomorrow. Time is 7:12. And it looks to be difficult to see with the animations, but Petty School finishing third, 7:25. And the parade comes in with the rest of the entries. Fourth place being Mercer D, 7:29. Fifth, the Hill School, 7:30. And then it looks to be Morristown Rowing, I believe, followed by RFH. But we'll see as the crews approach the line and get closer. And there you have Rumson Fairhaven working their way into the final 500. Rumson Fairhaven out of Red Bank, New Jersey. Rowing in their Vespoli hull. And Croker Oars, Croker and Oar Manufacturer, also out of Down Under, Australia. And they're crossing the line here now. Wrapping up the third heat of the men's youth second varsity four here at the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships. As we have a little bit of a pause in the action, we are going to go to commercial break as the next race will be starting in approximately 6 minutes. That'll be the Women's Youth Novice 8, Heat 1. And we'll come right back at you with that event. Always exciting, always inspiring as you see these novice athletes in their first year of rowing. Thank you for watching, and we'll return shortly. All right, sports fans, we are back with the 2023 US Rowing Mid Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships from beautiful Mercer, New Jersey. Mercer, New Jersey, just a hop, skip, and a stone's throw away from Princeton. The United States national team using this very site for their training for years upon years. In 2004, the men trained in Princeton and here when they won the gold medal at the Olympics, as well as the women in 2008 and 2012 in the women's 8 and the men's 8. Many upon many great athletes have been on this body of water that these athletes have the privilege of competing on today. And probably one of the most coveted events here being the women's and men's youth novice 8. This is the race of all races. Anything can happen in this race as these rowers are in their first year of competition. So you'll see some pretty eclectic styles out there as people are figuring it out. Rowing feels like the most awkward motion you're ever going to do in your life when you first pick it up. And these athletes have been doing it for the least amount of everybody here. So cheer them on. It's a lot of fun. They have some great races. Anything can happen. Collisions can happen. Boats can flip. People can end up in the shore, as we've seen already. And it's just a lot of fun. Dirt track in action, as they say up north for the dirt track race car tracks. So in the United States, we tend to gravitate towards the 8s for our history. Not that any one event is more important than the other. Actually, internationally, the single tends to be the most subscribed event. But here in the States, we just like to get more people on the water as much as possible. So we do gravitate to the 8s. And this is the first 8 event that we've had broadcast today. This is, again, the Women's Novice 8. And if you're watching online, you'll see the boats getting locked in. You'll see a little starting extension dock on a longer dock, and that's so they can extend that dock so the boats can be lined up even as they start the race. Lane 1 is White Marsh. Lane 2 is Radnor Girls. Lane 3, Lawrenceville. Lane 5, Annapolis Juniors. Lane 5 is Moorestown. Lane 5 is Annapolis Juniors. Lane 6 is Row, New Jersey, and lane 7 is Wilmington Youth. So a 7-boat race with 3 boats moving on to the finals, which will be held tomorrow. And we're off. Crews are out of the docks, and it looks to be like they are through the first 120. And your early leader looks to be lane 6, Row, New Jersey, as we have a little bit of a freeze and they go really fast as the camera catches up. Lane 3, Lawrenceville, seems to have gotten a little bit of a rougher start off the blocks and have slipped a little bit back. But it is Row, New Jersey in lane 6, really putting on a show and flexing off the starting dock. Famed rowing coach Larry Gluckman used to say, the crew that gets off the blocks first is usually not the one that finishes first. He would always watch for the crew that got off in the middle or towards the end and save that energy. But these being novice boats, I think they're just excited, so excited to get out there, grabbing the handle hard, gripping and ripping, as we would say, making sure they're in time and feeling the speed of that hull. So they're off and through 300 meters. Winds have died down quite a bit and end up being a pretty nice day for golf here in Mercer, which ironically borders 2 golf courses. When it's a nice day for golf, it's usually a nice day for rowing, and these novice 8s are proving it by having 5 boats within 3 seats of each other. Lane 2, Radnor, has taken a little bit of initiative and have urged their bow ahead over lane 4, Annapolis Juniors, who are ahead of lane 5, Moorestown, and Row, New Jersey, running in 4th place. However, not to be undersold, White Marsh, showing a lot of heart throughout the racing today, is right there, almost into 3rd position, behind lane 2, Radnor, and lane 4, Annapolis. In lane 3 is Lawrenceville. They're trying to find the pace of the leaders. They're coxswain throwing everything she can at it to motivate her athletes to get them moving. And they are just about half a length up on Row, New Jersey. On Wilmington Youth out in lane 7. Row, New Jersey's in lane 6. They are running fourth right now, very close and hotly contested to third, with Moorestown as well as White Marsh. But your leader, still clear, is Radnor High School in lane 2. Again, this is a heat number 1. The final will be tomorrow, and our full packed program of racing right here on the US Rowing YouTube station. Crews are coming into the 1,000-meter mark, the halfway mark of this 2,000-meter course. Rowing measured in the metric system, the imperial conversion would be about 1.25 miles. The official language of rowing is French, and up until, I believe, 1992, all races were started in French with "Et vous partez," but that has changed. FISA, the world governing body of rowing, based in France, and Radnor High School, speaking a little French themselves, still in the lead, but lane 1 White Marsh, who we saw a wonderful race from their boys' second varsity double earlier, doing a little bit of the same and hanging on tight to Radnor. Radnor can't quite seem to shake them, but those two crews are shaking the rest of the field. Out in lane number 4, it looks like we have lane 5. Pardon me, lane 4, Annapolis Juniors are running third with lane 5, Moorestown, 2 seats behind them. And now Radnor begins to push as they approach the launching docks from the Mercer County Park. And the beautiful venue there at Mercer County Park that hosts a plethora of events. As those fans at the gazebo can start to make the crews out very closely. Once the athletes see that gazebo go by, they know they're well into the second half, and they know to pour it on if they have anything left. Any gas in the tank? Any bombs they can throw to keep their boat moving? Hammer down, as they would say. And now through this middle 1,000 meters, the boats are starting to spread apart a little bit. Wilmington youth have fell off the pace. And Radnor looks to still be in the lead. Yes, they are, having cleared open water on White Marsh, and White Marsh having open water on Annapolis Junior Rowing. Annapolis rowing in a king hull, designed by famed boat maker, also from down under, but now has a shop in Putney, Vermont, Graham King. But a battle starting to develop, a tussle, as they might say, between first and second, who is Radnor, who's led from the 500-meter mark, and a little annoying little sister that follows you everywhere and just won't let you go away. But now White Marsh seems to be coming into their own and wants to steal the show. We'll see if they can. White Marsh 3-seat really digging in deep, trying to find a level. But it looks like Radnor's coxswain's keeping them calm and cool. Keeps their head about them, calls another 5, gets them a little bit sharper. Both boats rowing the same hull of Vespoli, VHP, and look to be using the same oars as well. So a lot of uniformity between these two crews, as Radnor, with their burgundy jerseys, stay in the lead, throwing everything but the kitchen sink at it. But White Marsh moving still. I don't know if they're going to have enough room, though. They may not have the room to catch them. Radnor does hold. Radnor will hold. Radnor, your winner of the first heat, Whitemarsh second of the Women's Youth Novice 8 with coxswain. Winning time of 7:40, 7:40. Whitemarsh second, 7:42. And the third place battle coming down to see who else is going to make it to that final. And it looks like in their Silver King is Annapolis Youth. So that official finish time for Radnor girls was 7:40 with Whitemarsh at 7:42, Annapolis juniors at 7:56, Lawrenceville at 8 minutes, Morristown at 8:05, Rowe, New Jersey at 8:30, and Wilmington Youth with 8:53. And as we are awaiting the start for the next race, we do have them off the line, and they are through 500. This is the second heat of the Women's Youth Novice 8. Lane 1 is a scratch, which means that that entry was pulled from the racing. It would have been the Hill School, but they are a scratch. So lane 2 is Mercer Youth, Mercer Juniors. Lane 3 is Jackson Reed High School. Lane 4 is Blair Academy. Lane 5 is Thompson's Boat Center. Jackson Reed High School, formerly known as Wilson High School, just changed their name within the last 2 years. Wilson High School had a very, very successful head of the Charles. Their girls varsity did a nice job. Let's see if they're able to breed that level of success in their novice crews. And it would appear they have been, because based on the videotape here, it looks like Jackson Reed High School, formerly Wilson, is in first place. They are trailed closely by Thompson's Boat Center. Thompson's Boat Center and Jackson Reed High School rowing, I believe, out of the same site on the Potomac River. So these crews, we got some action out in lane 2. PNRA Mercer, it looks like their coxswain may have gotten slightly confused by the buoys, or she just wanted to head home early. Not quite sure, but she had a massively indirect course going all the way into lane 0, but they've seemed to have righted it. And now she is back. Not running straight. Appears to be they're running normal and definitely hot. So they are moving, and it seems like now she's straightened them out and fixed whatever problem that she had. But back to the leaderboard here, it looks like Jackson Reed High School is in the lead still, rowing in a black vest bully hull with green blades. And just about a length off of them, you're looking at what would appear to be Thompson's Boat Center. My hesitation is Thompson's Boat Center. There it is. I see it. I've seen them row with the red blades before, but perhaps they're borrowing a set of blades from somebody. Thompson's Boat Center rowing in a boat by the name of Wintech. Interesting fact about the Wintech company, it was started and perpetuated by Howard Winklevoss, father to the Winklevoss twins, who rode for Harvard and the United States national team of Facebook fame. So Wintech is Win short for Winklevoss, and tech is technology. So Thompson's Boat Center now starting to inch into Jackson Reed High School. Just a little bit, but it might just be that Jackson Reed is just taking it in stride, having themselves a nice little row on a beautiful day, like Frog and Toad in the Winds and the Willows, or Rat and Mole in the Winds and the Willows, enjoying the row out as they get out there. And again, this is something that you have to keep in mind. If the crews aren't on top of each other fighting, there really is, if it turns into a parade, there is another race. This is just a preliminary heat moving on to the final, which is tomorrow. So it may be part of the gamemanship to get your lead, hold your lead, and just do as little as possible to make it onto that final so you save some energy. Kind of like if you were to play 7 games in the Stanley Cup final and, excuse me, in the playoffs, round 2, and then you go right into that round 3, the conference finals, and don't quite have that much rest. These coaches are having their crews rest as much as possible to be able to move on with as much energy to perform in the final. And here's a good shot from the front of the Thompson's Boat Center crew. Again, this is the Women's Youth Novice 8. These rowers are all in their first year of competition, having never raced a championship regatta as such as this. Thompson's Boat Center being a rowing club that they can pull members of their team from several different sources, all the more credit to Jackson Reed High School, being that all of their team members are from the same high school. They are what's referred to as a scholastic team, whereas the clubs can pull from many different places. So all these young ladies are all schoolmates at the same school. So instead of having potentially 10,000 people you can pull from, you might only have 2. And Jackson Reed coming across the line in the next few strokes ahead of Thompson's Boat Center. Third place crew making their way into the final 250. And this appears to be the Blair Academy. Blair Academy cocks by Caroline Bielhoff, stroked by Rachel Kim, with Kenzia Berdinzia, Parker Leslie, Yu Yang Zhang, Selena Yu, Zindu Da, Gracie Beal, and Sophia DeBell in that boat, crossing the line now. And our final crew in the event is Mercer Juniors. Mercer Juniors, cocks by Sydney Rives, stroked by Melanie Bond, with Vasquez, Renyar, Krista Weller, Isaiah Kolsky, Isabel Miley, Veksha Kilamadrian, Zoo Jenny, and coached by Ann Sniffen. That was the second heat of the Women's Youth Novice 8. We are now on to the third heat. Already underway. Crews are through the breakage zone. Lane 1 is Whitemarsh. Lane 2, Moorestown. Lane 3, Mercer. Lane 4, I apologize. This is the men's youth heat. My apologies. Lane 4 is St. Joe's Prep. Lane 5, DC National. Lane 6, Petty. And lane 7, Wilmington Youth. As you can see, the crews are okay. So this event is now coming up to the 1,000-meter mark, the men's youth novice 8, with St. Joe's Prep appearing to lead the field by a little bit of open water over the Petty School and or DC National. St. Joe's Prep cocks by Keegan Grimes. Stroke seat, Luke Ruppensberger, 7. Michael Rapone, 6. Spencer Moriano. Connor Krolik in 5. Daniel Sweeney in 4. 3. Matthew Dobkin, 2. Garrett Needham, and bow is Carter Brumbach Hanna. Prep striking a 36 strokes a minute, definitely leaving a trail on the course. Blade down. And anything about the St. Joe's Preparatory School in Philadelphia is they do not like to let up. They tend to love to push all the way to the end. And this youth novice 8 or A boat seems exactly that. Prep continues to push the entire way down the course. As we approach the final 500 meters, Prep has now extended their lead to easily, is how they would say it, in jolly old England for the Henley Regatta, the Royal Henley Regatta. Race heating up for second place. And that seems to be between DC National and Moorestown. Pardon me, Whitemarsh in lane 1. Mercer trying to get into that discussion. Prep showing a lot of class and really pushing out further here as they are into the last 500. As we get a look in the camera at second place, DC National. St. Joe's Preparatory School out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, rowing on the Schuylkill River using a Hudson Boatworks Super Predator. I don't see them having much problem winning this heat as they have a clear lead going into the finish line. Second place race seems to be working out here. With 3 heats of the men finishers, we'll be moving on to the final preps time of 6:31.0. And here we go. And it looks like DC National rowing in a boat titled the Federal Hill finishes in second place. And then White Marsh, just missing out on that final, finishes in third, followed by what looks to be the Petty School. Oh, I apologize. Mercer, followed by Mercer. Entry from the Petty School here, approaching the line. As we have 2 more entries. This is Moorestown High School. This is the Moorestown second Novice 8, coxed by Niall Roz. And the final entry, crossing the finish line now, from Wilmington Youth. So the winner of your first heat is St. Joe's Prep, followed by DC National, then White Marsh, Mercer Rowing, Petty, Moorestown, and Wilmington Youth. In these novice eights, you'll sometimes see a little bit more of a margin because, again, all these rowers are in their first year. Some of them even started rowing a few weeks ago. But Prep, obviously, showing their speed with a pretty dominant time of 6:31, 29 seconds over second place DC National. And we move on to the second heat of the Men's Youth Novice 8. In this second heat, in lane 1 is the Hill School. Lane 2 is Moorestown Rowing, their A entry. Last entry was their B boat. They are off the blocks, I'm being told, from the starting line. Lane 3 is LaSalle High School. Lane 4, St. Peter's Prep in New Jersey. Lane 5, Rowe, New Jersey. Lane 6, Radnor High School. And Lane 7, Wilmington Youth B was a scratch. So we have 6 entries in this event, or this heat, pardon me. Top 2 finishers end up moving on to the grand final tomorrow. And the boats are through the first 250 meters. from different to tell. It would appear to be lane 4 and lane 5 and lane 3 and lane 4 duking it out here for the lead to the 500-meter mark. Nobody cares who wins the race. They just care who gets to the first 500 meters first. That's novice rowing. That is a joke. It's just everybody goes like Banshee. So that first 500. Try to get the advantage on their competitors. And lane 3 here, LaSalle, as well as St. Peter's Prep and Row, New Jersey, are trying to see who can make it first. And it's too close to call to see which crew got it. All three boats, LaSalle, St. Peter's Prep, and Row, New Jersey, are all within a seat of each other, with Moorestown just about half a length down, and Radnor and the Hill School not quite keeping the pace right here. Just need to find another gear to hang with these leaders. LaSalle starting to stride out, finding a little bit of spacing between their puddles, a little bit more speed, and they're pushing into the lead. LaSalle now has a length up on St. Peter's Prep, and it looks to me as if Moorestown has made a push into Row, New Jersey. LaSalle, St. Peter's, and Moorestown, as well as the Hill School and Radnor, all being scholastic programs. Row, New Jersey being the only youth club pulling from several different high schools. Now, it would appear that St. Peter's has made a push at the halfway mark as the crews are coming underneath the power lines, which is just about the 1,000-meter mark. That's the halfway mark of the race. Again, this is the Men's Youth Novice 8, heat number 2 at the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships. And yeah, St. Peter's is definitely beginning to push on LaSalle. St. Peter's having a really strong move at that 1,000-meter mark, and it pulled within 2 seats of LaSalle. Let's see if LaSalle can respond. Definitely a different race than a previous heat of St. Joe's Prep, just making it a parade. This one has some back and forth a little. Row, New Jersey has slipped into 3rd place over Moorestown. And LaSalle has found their stride again and have pushed back out St. Peter's. St. Peter's had a gallant thrust. Maybe they can conjure something like that up again to see if they can break LaSalle. But LaSalle seems to be holding their heads very calm, very confident. St. Peter's coxswain urging his boat on, and they cross into the last 500 meters. And this is where everybody tends to cut the anchor and give it the good old broadside, everything they got. LaSalle rowing in their Hudson 8 with their Croker oars, pink collars. St. Peter's in their Vespoli 8 and Concept 2 oars. Concept 2 oars made here in the good old US of A in Mooresville, Vermont. Crokers brought to very high esteem, having won many Olympic gold medals over the past 20 years. Just a little bit of a different feel between the oars. It all depends on which brand, honestly, exists in the boathouse and which the team tends to gravitate towards. A lot of coaches like the Crokers more than they like the Concept 2s, and then vice versa true as well. But LaSalle, using those Crokers, has pushed out to a length up on St. Peter's Prep. Both boats would move on to the grand final. The second heat of 3, so the top 2 finishers move on. And Row, New Jersey, trying to make a push. They've definitely moved on through Moorestown, but I don't quite think they're going to have the room to catch St. Peter's Prep as we get a good shot of LaSalle. The novices, or freshmen as they're called for the scholastic rowing in a little bit of a different uniform that LaSalle crosses now than the varsity, having to, quote, earn your stripes. You have to earn the stripes of the varsity. And here's St. Peter's Prep, who we'll see tomorrow in the final. And Row, New Jersey coming to the line, followed by the Hill School and Radnor. And we have the Hill School here. And Radnor finishing it up. And with that, we're through the second heat of the men's youth novice 8, with the third heat coming up next. And on to heat 3 of the men's youth novice 8. Crews appear to be locked on to the starting platform. And every now and again, there tends to be, not tends, every now and again, there is a problem at the start, but I see splashes, which would tell me that we may, possibly, quite might. Oh, nope, the splashes where the boat's just getting aligned. Sometimes it can be challenging for the coxswains to get their crews backed in and locked into the starting platform. And we have a start. As the crews hit their high strokes coming off the line, they got 44, 42, 46. Woo! Pretty high. Pretty high. A little bit of steering coming into lane 5 and 6. Looks like a wind gust blew them. And we are through the 125 mark. So we are hot, straight, and normal. Crews are off. We have a boat race. Lane 1, St. Joseph's Preparatory School, B, as in their second boat entry. Lane 2, Jackson Reed High School. 3, Lawrenceville. 4, Nereid. 5, Annapolis Junior. And 5th, Rumson Fairhaven. And right now, it would a little bit too early to call your leader as the crews are through 1 minute. It may appear to be lane 3, which is Lawrenceville School, but quite possibly lane 2, Jackson Reed High School. It appears to be lanes 2 and 3, Jackson Reed and Lawrenceville. Jackson Reed coming from Washington, D.C. Lawrenceville School here in New Jersey. Joe Prep from Philadelphia. And Nereid being a boat club in Red Bank, New Jersey. Annapolis Juniors from Annapolis, Maryland, another boat club. And Rumson Fairhaven is a high school right near Nereid. So we got representation from Maryland, New Jersey, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in this boat race. And it looks to be the New Jersey school, Lawrenceville School, in the lead. Lawrenceville finding their strike. Rate of striking, 34 strokes a minute, which for a youth novice 8 is not bad. Jackson Reed at a 38. Must have caught them on a little push, now down to a 36. Lawrenceville moving at will from Jackson Reed, rowing 2 beats lower, conserving a little bit of energy, putting more into each stroke instead of taking more strokes. In third place is Nereid Boat Club. Nereid now 1 link down to Jackson Reed. Jackson Reed with their bow ball on the leader. Lawrenceville, 5 seat. Crews are approaching the end of the second 500 meters. Jackson Reed making a push at this 1,000-meter mark. A crew will have a set plan with their coach of when they want to make their push. It appears that Jackson Reed has decided for that to be their push now. Coxon Juliet Howe calling it out. She's now only 2 seats down to the Lawrenceville School. Lawrenceville needs to respond. And they're not quite able to come up with an answer, as Brady Beasley from the Lawrenceville School needs to motivate his boys to get through this charge from Jackson Reed. Jackson Reed, Lawrenceville, bow ball to bow ball. Lawrenceville has responded. Brady's gotten his stroke seat. Broden Califer to raise it up a bit, followed by 7-man Jack Wade. Meanwhile, Jackson Reed Cox and Juliet Howe urges Leo Sampson in the stroke seat to get more. Bowman Andrew sees that he is now on the letters of the bow of Lawrenceville. Jackson Reed looked to be 1 seat in the lead over Lawrenceville School. It is Jackson Reed in lane 2 over lane 3 Lawrenceville. Jackson Reed rowing a higher stroke rate throughout the piece, now entering the last 500 meters. Jackson Reed at a 37, Lawrenceville at a 34. Can Lawrenceville find those extra 3 beats and maybe get a kick to get through Jackson Reed? Jackson Reed having just taken the lead in the third 500, usually regarded as the deep 500, the hardest 500 of the piece. Everybody can get motivated for the first and the fourth. It's that second and third that takes the real true athletes. Jackson Reed doesn't seem to want to stop as they're cutting through Lawrenceville like a hot knife through butter. Lawrenceville needs to find that cold butter part to stop the cut, cauterize the bleeding, and make a charge back. And it looks like they might have made a seat move into them, but I'm not sure. Anything can happen in the last 500 meter, folks, as these young athletes are putting it all out there. Jackson Reed now has a 4-seat lead on Lawrenceville. Both these scholastic programs, I'm sure, will see each other in future races, and Lawrenceville is coming back. Lawrenceville, the rowers can feel the line, is starting to push back, but Jackson Reed coxswain, Juliet Howe, is trying to keep her boys ahead. As we get a shot at Jackson Reed, feeling the burn, feeling the lactic burn as they're getting into these final strokes. They definitely want to try to win to get a more favored lane for tomorrow's final. And it seems like they may just be able to hold off Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville pushing, but don't quite think they're going to have the juice to get through this Jackson Reed school, as Jackson Reed takes the win of heat number 3 by 5 seats over Lawrenceville. And then we have Nereid following up in third. Jackson Reed putting on a show in that third 500 meters, rowing higher than Lawrenceville down the course, but definitely showing some resilience and getting their bow ahead. Lawrenceville making a push and Jackson Reed still holding on. As we come into the 4th place crew, looks to be Annapolis Juniors. So Jackson Reed's time of 6:43 being the second fastest of all the heats, the heat winners, that is. St. Joe's Prep definitely had a blistering time of this event with a 6:31. And St. Joe's Prep B cross and Rumson Fairhaven approaching the line. And Rumson Fairhaven wrapping up this third heat of the men's youth novice 8. All right, we are on the course with the semifinal. This is the semifinal of the men's youth single. Lane 1 from Germantown Academy, Hayden Bonzek. Lane 2, Elliot Meyer from Capital. Lane 3, Richard Whitfield from Potomac. Lane 4, Nate Harris from Ridgewood. Lane 5 from Northern Valley Demarest is Luca Gutzi. Lane 6 from ACRA is George Giacomonikis. And lane 7 from Newport is Pascal Duarte. This is the single as we get a little puff of wind kicking them from the backs, their tailwind, or kicking them from their sterns. And the top 2 finishers of this event will move on to tomorrow. And interest. And so here we are in the men's youth singles semifinal 1. And it would look to be Harris from Ridgewood is making a good share. Nate Harris from Ridgewood leading the first of the men's youth single. Really stretching out, taking long, strong strokes there. At 28 strokes a minute, definitely Nate has some room to go on his rating. And as I mentioned before, the top 2 finishers of this race will move on to the grand final tomorrow. And it is also a little bit of a gamesmanship play here because you don't want to waste all your energy in getting to that final if you feel that you're in contention to win. But sometimes if you know you might be somewhere between number 5 and number 10, you may want to put a flyer on there so you can get into that final for sure. As the race for second place is heating up between lane 3, who is Richard Whitfield from Potomac, lane 4, Luca Getzi from Northern Valley Demarest, and lane 6, George Giacomonikis from ACRA. But don't count out lane 1, Hayden Bonzek from Germantown Academy. He's out there kind of making a little rock music on his own, grooving to his own tune, and might sneak into this. With the single, the race is much longer because obviously it's a slower boat and anything can happen in the men's single, any single race, men's or women's. These are also regarded as the most difficult boats to row as we compare the different boat classes. No boat class is simply better than another. It just depends on what you have available to you and what your club or school prioritizes. As Nate Harris from Ridgewood, still not breaking 30 strokes a minute, showing a nice rhythm, extends his lead. And second place has clearly been taken over by Richard Whitfield from the Potomac Boat Club. Richard Whitfield rowing in a yellow Impacher manufactured in Germany. And again, this is the 2023 USRowing Mid-Atlantic Rowing Championships. My name is Steve Perry. I'll be your announcer for this whole weekend. If there's any questions or comments you'd like to make, please feel free to tweet them out to me at JSP1976. Again, Steve Perry, JSP1976 is my Twitter handle. I'll be taking comments or anything interesting anyone has to add from the viewing gallery for the entire weekend. is the Thompson's Boat Center racing team. They look like they're going to step into the fight too. So we got a 3-boat challenge for the lead between Lane 6, the Hill School, Thompson's Boat Center, Row, New Jersey, and it would appear that we've had a scratch of some sort, and Mercer in the background. No, it's Mercer in the lead, actually, with Row, New Jersey in second and TBC in third. Mercer Rowing in the lead, Mercer Junior Rowing in the lead. TBC Racing in second, and Row, New Jersey in second and TBC in third. Row, New Jersey making a push on Mercer Juniors. Crews are approaching the 1,000, through the 1,000 in a moment. And Row, New Jersey may have just taken the lead over as the crews come under the power lines. Row, New Jersey may have a bow deck lead over Mercer. Mercer knows these waters. It's their home course. That being said, most of Row, New Jersey's races are here as well, so those athletes know this course as well. Thompson's Boat Center coming up from Washington, D.C., but on the outside there, Mount St. Joseph has worked their bow into the conversation. Their bow ball now on Thompson's Boat Center's 4-seat. So we have 4 boats vying for these 3 positions in the final. Lane 1, Mount St. Joe's B, has fallen a little bit off the pace, as well as the Hill School and Mercer B. But Row, New Jersey making a push into Mercer through this third 500. Well, folks, if you're getting a hot dog at one of the food vendors and you want to see a good boat race, you might want to get down to the race course now, because we have Mercer taking the lead back from Row, New Jersey. Both those crews within a seat of each other. Meanwhile, behind them within a seat of each other are the crews from Mount St. Joseph's, which has now moved into third place. Mount St. Joseph's over Thompson's Boat Center. Mount St. Joseph's over TBC by 1 seat. They are open water back to first and second, who are within a seat of each other. So we have 2 fantastic races going on, the second of which is going to be determined who races tomorrow and who doesn't. So Mount St. Joseph, with a rich and storied program, coming back into Thompson's Boat Center. Thompson's Boat Center, I don't think, is going to go quietly. Thompson Boat Center actually raises their game, and from this angle, it looks like they may have taken over third place from Mount St. Joe's. Meanwhile, Mercer Juniors have pushed out 2 seats up on Row, New Jersey. Mercer Juniors 2 seats up on Row, New Jersey, coming into the final 250, who both have open water on third and fourth place. Thompson's Boat Center, TBC Racing, has pushed up on Mount St. Joseph's. And here we go to the finish line camera and the finish line tower. And it appears to be Mercer that's going to hold on to this, but some small incident could create a situation that Row, New Jersey could take it, but it's Mercer hanging on by 2 seats, maybe one seat over over Row, New Jersey, and it's Thompson's Boat Center who takes charge of third place and holds off Mount St. Joe's with a valiant charge in the beginning of that last 500, who finished 4th. One heck of a boat race, well rowed by all entries, as we come down to the 5th place finisher, which appears to be Mount St. Joe's B. Well rowed to Mount St. Joe's B, as well as the Hill School. and the Mercer B entry, who will be wrapping up this second semifinal. So your final tomorrow will be Blair Academy, Marion Mercy Academy, Lawrenceville, then Mercer Juniors, Rowe, New Jersey, and Thompson's Boat Center Racing. Very, very good race. Looking forward to that final tomorrow. Right back here on your favorite YouTube channel, US Rowing, provided by Here Now Racing Productions. And we're going to pick up the first semifinal, the penultimate event of today's racing. That is the first semifinal of the men's youth quad. Lane 1 is Ridgewood. Lane 2, Baltimore. Lane 3, Nereid. Lane 5, White Marsh. Excuse me, Lane 4, White Marsh. Lane 5, Seton Hall Prep. Lane 6, South Jersey. And Lane 7, Conestoga B. And it looks like Lane 3, Nereid from Red Bank, New Jersey, home of Kevin Smith, famous filmmaker, is in the lead by half a length over Lane 4 from White Marsh. White Marsh hanging on tight. Top 3 finishers go on to tomorrow's final. And in lane 5 is Seton Hall Prep, according to the entry packet. And it would look as if lane 5 is in third place. Very clear, first, second, and third. And this is where a little bit of strategery comes in, if I can quote former President George Bush, W. And that strategery is, are you going to push to try to finish first, or are you just going to row it out, or are you going to do a little bit of a mock race, try your sprinting sequence, maybe you have a few couple levels that you throw at it, a few couple steps if you need them, do a little bit of a dry run. We'll see what happens here. Now, this race course on Mercer Lake is a fantastic course. The fact that it says lake on it makes it better than a lot of other courses with running water. And the fact that it is a lake, so all lanes are equal with the flow of the water. However, there can be a wind. As you look at the flag, it is a dead tailwind right now, which are very fair conditions. But if the wind were to shift to be a crosshead or from one way or the other, there may be a favored lane. And if that happens, the crews that finish better in the semifinal will draw the favored lane. That's how rowing works. They're always going to put the advantage to the better crews because if they had to choose, that's the way it would be. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to hold for the race. It has been known to change at different race courses, but it is an outdoor sport. If you were to be a big home run hitter and play for the Colorado Rockies, you might hit more home runs than if you play for the Yankees. So here we go. And Nereid continues to hold the lead, but to be honest, it looks as if we have our crew from White Marsh that wants to finish in that first place spot. They don't want to put it up to chance tomorrow. Weather conditions predicted to be fine, but they still don't want to put it to chance. They want to walk away with this win and have that little feather in their cap as they now have taken the lead from Nereid. White Marsh taking the lead from Nereid. Oh, it looks as if Nereid just realized it, and Nereid doesn't want to give it away that easily. Nereid raised the game from have a I'm not going to let you do that to me contest going on, and Nereid Regal. Oh, but here comes White Marsh again. White Marsh, the race, it looks to me, from my angle. White Marsh taking the lead in the last 3 strokes over Nereid. Meanwhile, you have South Jersey, Seton Hall Prep crossing in third place, earning their spot in the final. Well rowed to White Marsh and Nereid. Good struggle in the end and great piece.
Ridgewood is going to finish fourth, Baltimore in fifth, and it looks as if it was Conestoga in in six, and South Jersey crosses in seventh. This will be an exciting final to watch tomorrow. Perhaps these two crews will get into a little bit of a tussle again, as Nereid held the lead through 1900 meters of the piece. It was held by Nereid, and Whitemarsh nipped it in. Nereid came back, and Whitemarsh said, nope, we're going to take it. So well rowed by all crews. What's of the day? The men's youth quads semifinal two, top three, move on to the final. Lane 1, Williamsburg. Lane on Friends. Whitemarsh B. Lane 4, Conestoga. Lane 5, Roman Catholic. Lane 6, St. Joseph's High School from New Jersey. And Lane 7, Ridgewood. Your early leader to the 500-meter mark looks to be Roman Catholic out in lane 5. Lane 4, Conestoga, looks to be just about half a length behind him, but Roman taking the lead to the 500-meter mark. That race for second place seems to be tight between Conestoga and Whitemarsh B. What a great event for Whitemarsh to have two quads in the final of their regional championship. That would be pretty neat to see. Roman Catholic having a pretty storied scholastic sculling history. Conestoga as well. Whitemarsh B, as in their second boat, really upping the odds here and challenging the first entries from Conestoga and Roman Catholic. Well rowed Whitemarsh. Conestoga lengthens out here, throws a little bit more layback into it, drops the rating 1, tries to get a little bit more movement out of the hull between strokes. In their banana yellow Impacher, they are now in the lead over Roman Catholic, who has, oh boy, I wouldn't even say the length of my arm to Whitemarsh B, but Whitemarsh B is making a push. Whitemarsh B is now dead level with Roman Catholic. So we have Conestoga 1 seat up on Roman Catholic and Whitemarsh B. Woo! This is a burner here through the halfway mark. These crews just tapping it along, testing each other, seeing who has the nerve and who doesn't. Again, an interesting dynamic to this is all three boats would make the grand final tomorrow. So we have three boats clearly separated out from the remaining crews of this semifinal. And it looks like Roman Catholic has just shifted it down. Perhaps their strategy is just, we're in the final, we're good, we're going to row it out. Perhaps not. Either way, they have definitely fallen off the pace. And Whitemarsh B has taken the lead from Conestoga. Whitemarsh B is not subscribing to the Roman Catholic philosophy of shutting it down. They're going to push to the end, it would seem. And Conestoga is not going to let them be pushed around. So Conestoga takes a lead back. Roman Catholic now open water behind, clearly in third place with open. I take that back, with now not as much open water between them and fourth, but it seems as if Conestoga has raised their game and continued to push through this third 500 and now have a seat on Whitemarsh B. Oh, Whitemarsh B fights back. Holy cow. Whitemarsh B now puts their bow ball ahead. Now, this is the second entry from Whitemarsh, challenging the first entry from Conestoga. And Whitemarsh clearly in the lead going into this last 250, 150. Is Stoga going to let it go? Are they going to fight through? This is very, very close. And it looks to be, holy Toledo, Whitemarsh by a bow ball over Conestoga. Whitemarsh B by a bow ball over Conestoga. And Roman Catholic crosses the line now with a good bit of distance between the race for fourth place, which is coming down to the line. And, wow, Williamsburg just nips Germantown Friends. And Ridgewood crosses now. and St. Joseph's High School of New Jersey crosses now. And that will do our coverage today of the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships. Tomorrow morning, we will get started bright and early. Make sure you have your coffee with you. Bright and early at 8 a.m. with the final of the men's youth single. All of the finals will be happening, all of the nationals finals, the events that people have to qualify for to make it to the US Rowing Nationals will be happening early on. And the racing starts at 8 a.m. local time here in New Jersey. And can't wait to see everybody and talk to everyone then as we finish the very exciting day of racing at the US Rowing 2023 Mid-Atlantic Regional Championships.